Hello everyone, welcome to Dice on Ice. My name is Megan, and today we are going to be running a one-shot. Now, I haven't done one of these in a while, so I'm really excited to get this going. I have a cast of amazing players, and this is going to be set in my own world, but using the supplement and the rules for 5e, but a supplement created by Absolute Tabletop called Harbinger, which you can find in the link below. And so with that being said, let's get into the 24-hour game. At first, all you see are neon lights. Blurry and melding together in a wash of colors. But as the camera gets more focused, you can see that the colors are becoming more differentiated. You can begin to see shapes. You can begin to see different edges. And soon you begin to realize that what you're looking at is the bird's eye view of a city. A city filled with colors. You can see on the side of every single building is some sort of advertisement. Get thinner, smoke less, smoke more. Be happy. Get everything that you've ever wanted in life plastered all over brick. The garish greens, the nauseating yellows are so overwhelming. And as we go in closer to the city, you can begin to hear the sounds. You hear the sounds of honking. You see the hover cars as they zip through lanes, going at a speed unimaginable. You can hear the sound of music everywhere. Techno. In buildings that seem to almost be competing against each other for dominance. And as we go through the streets, what was once lit, what was once a lit part, we gradually see the scene get darker and darker. There are less lights in this part. Less music fills the air. The smell of hairspray is now replaced by the smell of sewer. And we see the sun rising over the horizon, and as the sun gleams, we see a building, a warehouse, rusted and old, and a poster, large, is placed almost quickly, very shabbily, but the colors are there. Diotech presents the 24-hour game. Apply within. And we see inside of this warehouse are a group of people milling about. Some of them talking to each other, some of them not. Some standing in the corner, fidgeting nervously. Riston, what are you doing as you wait for whatever is about to begin. You are not sure. In your hand is a crumpled poster. So what are you doing?
We've already signed up at this point, and we're just waiting for what's going to happen next.
You've just walked in.
I see.
The warehouse is absolutely empty except for these people.
So, Riston leans against this stack of rebar that's forming the broken part of this column of concrete. He's kind of leaning against it in this red, what looks like leather kind of jacket that's got this armor plating on the outside of it. His hair is kind of like a sandy blonde, and it's all tousled, kind of piled up almost on top of his head, kind of pulled back with a headband, black headband. He's got these 3 dots on his forehead, kind of a scraggly beard, and he's smoking a cigarette. He's taking really long, slow drags off of this thing, and that's kind of the only thing that really illuminates much of his face, is just like the cherry on the end of the cigarette glowing.
We're good again. Okay.
You guys get that?
I last heard when you had put out the cigarette when people were coming in. Was that the end?
Yeah, and then he crumples up the paper and throws it off to the side.
Okay. Not long after you do so, you hear the screeching grating of metal on metal as these large doors at the one end of the warehouse begin to open. And immediately you all see people wheeling in what look to be a makeshift stage, speakers, a podium, and some sort of odd arch. They also have various of these velvet ropes that are set up, and they set them up to create some sort of entrance way at the other end of the warehouse. They don't look at you. They don't talk to you. They don't talk to anyone. They begin to set these things up. You can see that the people are starting to get excited. They look around eagerly. Fox, are you in the warehouse right now, or are you coming up to it?
Yeah, I would have walked in shortly after everybody else did. So I've been near the exit, or near the entrance to this this warehouse. I've been digging through this trash pile, just going through debris, looking through stuff. When I walk in, you see a guy. He's kind of disheveled, looks a little bit emaciated. He's average height, average build, but he's just got kind of this ratty clothing and armor. He's dirty, but he's got this, which you recognize as an arc tool, but it looks like it's really just kind of cobbled together. He comes in, he's looking around. Did I come to the right place? And I'm just looking around for anybody that'll respond to me.
You hungry, man?
I'm so hungry.
You need something to eat?
I thought maybe there'd be tacos. Is there a taco truck? Something. Why is everybody here?
Well, it's a great question. We're waiting to find out, I think.
So there's no tacos?
Not that I've seen, no.
God damn it.
You got a place to sleep, man? You got a place that's warm and dry to stay?
Oh, sleep would be great. Oh man, when's the last time I slept? I don't know. Yes. And I just start looking around into the corners. Does anybody mind if I take that spot over there?
You're going to sleep right now.
God, I'm so tired. And I'll just walk over into the corner and just kind of sit down and lay my head against the wall.
So as people are getting set up, a couple of men in these suits start to walk towards some of the people gathered together. And they start putting these bracelets on them. These bracelets are something that you would see at a carnival ride. They're made out of paper, and all they are is one color. There's yellow, there's green, purple, red, black. And they're handing out these wristbands. And Nako, one of these men comes up to you, and he gives you a yellow wristband. Take this, put it on your wrist, head over to that line where you will be scanned, and then we can begin the ceremony. Oh, you're muted.
All right. For some reason, it wasn't. Anyway, Nako was originally sitting on the floor, legs crossed. Really, really skinny, younger man. Very clean cut. Kind of has the one side of his head shaved. And up until the man walked up with the wrist, kind of twiddling around and twirling his arc tool, just kind of spinning it around with his fingers, kind of twisting it, opening certain things, popping them back closed. As soon as the guy walks up to him and gives him the spiel about the wristband, he'll just kind of look up at him, hop up real quick, take the wristband, just slap it on and be like, you say again? Sorry, I really wasn't paying attention.
Get in the line over there. You will be scanned, and the ceremony can begin once everyone is scanned. And he kind of points over to where you can see a line forming and these ropes kind of set up to keep everyone in order. And they seem to be going through this, it looks like this archway, almost like a metal detector type thing.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I'll just make my way over there then. And he's just going to kind of give a little head bob to the guy who does not seem very thrilled with his job at the moment. And he's going to make his way over to the line, and he's going to just kind of look through the line, kind of take a look at the people, see if they're same color wristband as he is, and just kind of scan the and as he's waiting to go through this art.
Torva, you were given a yellow wristband, and you got into the line a bit ahead of the others, since you were closer to that end of the warehouse. And you go up to this archway detector, and there's a man there. Ma'am, do you have any forms of weapons or narcotics on you?
So this tall, lanky woman, she's got long, wavy auburn hair, mostly, except on the right-hand side. It's completely shaven. and tattooed very colorfully. She's got tattoos all over her arms, and she's got sunglasses on, even though it's kind of like dark in here. She hasn't taken them off yet, and she's just smacking her gum. Just like, yeah, got narcotics and weapons. What's it to ya?
Okay, ma'am, please step through the archway. We just want to make sure our detectors are picking up what they need to be.
So she steps through, and if it's detecting anything, she would like light it up like a Christmas tree.
You do. And the guy signals to another woman on the other side. All right, ma'am, sorry, but we're going to have to take any and all weapons off of you. You will get them back at the end of the ceremony.
She just looks at him real hard. Fine. And she starts pulling out a knife, another knife, a gun, probably, you know, a short blade, stiletto in her boot, you know, a couple brass knuckles. She's going through all of her pockets, like probably 10 to 12 weapons come out of this. You're not sure where, because she was wearing this slinky leather outfit, but yeah, she pulls out all this weaponry and it's kind of piled in front of her.
Yeah, you see that the woman kind of raises an eyebrow at you. She kind of calls to the across the room. Yeah, we're gonna need another box over here.
Yeah, and then Torva turns to go, and then she turns back and oh yeah, and she reaches into her hair and she pulls out this long hat pin, sticks it down. I think that's good now.
So you can see that this area is getting set up. They worked very, very quickly. Like within a matter of minutes, you can see that there's a stage, what looks to be a sound system, podium, microphone, and you see a woman who is we'll fix that in 1 second. You can see a woman who is standing up on the stage, and she looks to be in her mid to late 40s. She has this white hair, and she sorry, 1 second. She's wearing like this almost see-through jacket, and at the bottom of it you can see that there is almost this iridescent blue that seems to move as she walks. And she's talking with some of the people who are setting up. Roland, you've gone through the metal detector, and you are standing on the other side of this makeshift gate they have up. Where are you standing in relation to the stage? And what are you doing? I did.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, now everyone is all sorts of... Oh, wait, no.
We're puzzle pieces.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Haha. I did it. Maybe.
You guys hear me now?
Yep.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now we're just in the wrong spot.
The The mute button literally wouldn't do anything when I clicked on it. It was just like stuck in mute.
Yeah. Gosh, sorry everyone. I don't know why my internet is just absolutely crap right now. Because, you know, because it would be, of course.
It said, Mega's going to try to run a game.
Yeah.
They run OBS.
And yeah.
See how that goes.
Yeah, my internet's being a little fussy too. So.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll just get everything reset up and then it'll be all good. No worries.
This shit happens.
Yeah.
That's what you get with technology, unfortunately.
This is what happens when I try to do something nice. There. All set up. Everything's good. All right. And
Back to being silly.
yeah. Except my stream is just not doing anything. That's all right. You know what? It's recording, so if it turns out really like I'm recording to the computer, so I can just re-upload and it'll all be good. So I'm not too worried. So let's just keep on playing and whatever happens, happens. So, sorry, Roland, you were, where are you in relation to the stage? Maybe.
Jeff is also a very still person, so sometimes it's hard to tell. Oh, he's frozen.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I can never check Jeff if I suspect that there's freezing. I have to find someone else to see if they're moving.
Oh, boy. Oh. All right. Well, we'll come back to Jeff then. Hopefully he gets things figured out. All right. So, Fox, have you are approached by a man in a suit. By the same man actually who approached Nako and sir, here's your wristband. Please go towards the line where you will be scanned and the ceremony can begin.
So I just kind of like jolt. I've completely fallen asleep sitting there, and I'll wake up kind of in a start, and I see him holding out a wrist. What color is the wristband?
Yellow.
Also yellow. And I just I reach up and I grab this wristband and then just, oh, thank you. Oh, I love wristbands. Oh, and I put it on my hand. Oh, this is great. Where did you say I need to go?
That line over there where we can scan you and the ceremony can begin.
And I jump up. Oh, man, this is great. Thank you. And I just head off into the line. And like I'm standing in line, just like it's by far the cleanest thing on me, and I'm just like just almost worshiping this wristband as I'm standing in line, just super happy.
And so you all get in. And all the people leave. All the helpers, they kind of leave, and all that is left is this woman. And she slowly approaches the mic once everyone has gotten through. Welcome, everyone, to the 24-hour game sponsored by Diogen's Infogenics. building a better you today. I am Alma Ducat, head of relations and game operations. Now, from the looks of it, and from your hands, I see that you have all gotten our posters. And I bet you are wondering, what is the 24-hour game? Well,
Yes.
she kind of clears her throat. Well, it is an opportunity of a lifetime. You have the opportunity to win enough glint to live the rest of your life in comfort. And not only that, but I have a feeling that some of you might have something in your past that you may want to scrub clean, as you can say. And here we can do that for you. We have been given leave by the government to do this game. And lucky for you, everyone who is in this area has been entered into the game. Now, there are 5 rules. 1. You must complete all challenges within the 24 hours. Rule 2. You cannot interfere with employees or other contestants of the game unless instructed otherwise. 3. You cannot tell anyone else about the game during or afterwards. To complete a challenge, all members in your group must be present. And Rule 5, if you are disqualified or quit the game, you will receive no money that you earned so far. You will be issued a series of challenges. After each challenge, you will be issued a certain amount of glint that will be transferred directly into your bank accounts. You will also be separated into groups. The group that finishes first will win the grand cash prize. Are there any questions before we begin?
The pardon. Is there a contract on that to make it binding?
You shall receive a pair of glasses shortly, and she snaps her fingers. By receiving these pair of glasses, you have in fact, well, agreed. You may quit the game whenever you want by simply taking off your glasses and declaring, "My name is," and you will say your name, "and I quit the game." Someone shortly will come and pick up the glasses from you. Does that answer your question? And as you ask this, you can see people are being handed out these really chunky looking glasses. And each of them has an earphone attached to the corner of the glasses, so that kind of when you put them on, you will have like kind of an earpiece. The earpiece will be used to issue your challenges. Are there any other questions?
So this like absolutely like raggedy looking man will like kind of half stand up. He's like swaying side to side, as if he's drunk. In fact, the closer you look, he might actually be at the moment. He'll kind of like half wave his hand. What I think that bucko over there was trying to ask, sure, by putting on the glasses, whatever, we say that we agree, but I want to see something in writing that you guys agree, because that's what I'm worried about, is you stiffen us out of our winnings, not the other way around. And he'll like go to sit down and like fall into his chair as he loses his balance. And then just kind of like his eyes will kind of glaze back.
She smiles. Well, if we did not do as we say, we would be in void of our mutual contract, now wouldn't we? And so you would be able to tell anyone about this. And I think all of you would know that Diogen's Infogenics is a huge multi-billion-dollar company that usually deals with pharmaceuticals and but it ranges. They range in pharmaceuticals to TV shows. So it's just this huge company. And she says, all right, here we go. For those who are a little bit skeptical, let us do our first mission for free. You can back out without anything, and you will still get the money. This first objective, you will be awarded 100 glint, each of you, and will be put directly into your accounts. And so if you will all put the glasses on, you will see your first objective. And so as you put the glasses on, you can see that there is some sort of screen that pops up briefly in front of you, and a woman's voice comes into your phone. For the prize of 100 glint, your first objective is to get into groups of 5, corresponding with your wristband color. Please begin now. And so all of you will notice that you all have yellow wristbands.
So
you can
I'll walk up to the first person that I see with a yellow wristband, and I just kind of hold mine out. Be like, that is a great wristband. And I just kind of hold mine in front of them.
Yeah, it's a recent acquisition. I'm really happy with it. Actually, how did you get some sleep?
Yeah, it feels like maybe like 7 or 8 hours or so. I feel really good.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I think it was probably closer to 10 minutes, maybe.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, look, she has a yellow wristband too.
Oh, hey, over here. Come here.
Torva would start to walk over. She'd be eyeing you guys up and down. Yellow wristband, huh?
That's what it says.
Yeah. Who's this guy? And she points to Fox.
I don't know. What is your name?
You can call me Fox. Fox, yeah, Fox.
Fox. His name's Fox.
Doesn't sound too confident about that, though.
I think.
I don't talk to people very much. Sorry. And I point at my art tool, and I'm like, "This is Tech Bradford.
You've named your tools. Gotcha. And you are?
Riston Mar. He kind of extends his hand out. A member of the Order of the Wreathed. You've probably heard of us, I'm sure.
No,
No?
not really. But she'd reach her hand out and give you a shake.
All right.
Torva. Call me Torva.
Torva. It's nice to meet you, Torva. Fox, Torva. All right. Hey, that's a yellow one. Oh no, never mind. That was green. There is a yellow one right there. Yellow and green. It's hard to tell the difference in this age. Hey, what's up, other yellow band?
Roland will like see you point at him, and he'll like give you this like strange side-eye glance as if you've like insulted him by pointing at like you've said some sort of trash talk in silence that you can't understand. And he'll like walk over, and he'll like trip on nothing, as if something was in his path, and is kind of like stumbling back and forth. Oh, yeah. All right. If any of you morons get in the way of me winning, we're gonna have some words. I just gonna like scratch his head.
You're calling us the morons. You can't even walk straight.
Yeah, maybe we can ease off a little bit on the tension, like the testosterone flying around. Let's kind of keep it calm. Like we got to work together, I'm sure.
Oh, dude.
So like just trying to keep the peace.
Lady, chill out.
Hey. Why don't you sit down, take a deep breath, maybe put your head down between your knees or something.
Just like wave a hand at you.
Wonderful. All right, this is gonna go great, guys.
I think Torva at this point would be looking around for an employee. We're not allowed to interfere with them though, but she'd be looking around trying to see the other groups. There's another group that she could maybe, switch bands with, but it's not looking too promising. But she notices another guy who's like, he looks maybe promising. She's like, you get over here.
Walk over, and I'd kind of be looking around and be like, well, I think I'm with you guys. Just about everybody else is paired up at this point, and he's kind of name's Nako. I together on these challenges.
No, it's my first time. Nako, it's nice to meet you. He extends his hand. My name's Riston. This is Fox, right here. Yeah, that's
Hi.
That's Torva with the smack going on. And that's I didn't bother to get his name. Maybe Bourbon.
Sounds good to me. Probably need a couple to get through this.
Just like give a long sigh and like cause this abrupt, awkward halt to the conversation. Roland.
Rolling into this. Well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. He kind of starts looking around, nervous, like making sure that this was all that they had to do.
Yeah, you see that everyone else is kind of getting into these groups, and immediately you hear this ding noise, like doo-doo-doo, like coming from your glasses. Congratulations, 100 glint has been placed into your account. And if anyone were to check through some sort of means, they would see that indeed there is a deposit of 100 glint.
Fox looks at he's got an arc tool on his arc tool. He's got interface with his account, and he gets really happy. He starts showing it to everybody, and it has, if anybody looks, it has a minus 50 balance on it, post deposit. But he's super, super happy about this.
And you can see that a bunch of other people, too, are looking and kind of gasping, and they're talking excitedly to each other. And Alma comes back onto the stage. Here we are. Now, hopefully this will assure everyone that we are very serious with what we say. You can have the opportunity to gain more money than you could ever dream of and live a life on the 18th floor. And in this city, it's kind of like this weird thing that people who live on the lower floors are usually associated with being poor, and as you go up, they get progressively more wealthy into these like sky-tall skyscrapers where you can't even see the top. And so that is an often a term. I'm 18 and up means I'm doing really well. I'm feeling really good, really wealthy. Kind of like that. So, yeah. And so she says, these will be your groups for the remainder of the 24 hours. Good luck to everyone. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, at the end of every objective, the team who got in last will be disqualified. Have fun! And you can see, as with the screech of the mic, here's that it turns off, and she quickly goes out the door. And all of a sudden, Nako, you hear as your eyes slowly open. You're laying in your bed. You were just in this warehouse, maybe. You think, or you are having the craziest, most realistic dream. But as you look down at your arm, you see that there's no wristband. But you hear this odd music coming from the left of you. And you see, as you look over on your, excuse me, your bedside table, you see a pair of glasses that have just created this ringing noise. What do you do? Do you get up first? Do you look at the glasses first? What are you doing?
Take a look at the glasses real quick and just kind of check them out.
So once you kind of check them out, you do you put them on, or are you just kind of looking at them?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, are you? Yeah, no worries, no worries. Are you going to put them on, or are you just kind of looking at them? I think maybe whenever I talk to someone, they freeze up. They get so excited.
Oh, sorry. I put them on.
Okay, all right. And when you put them on, as soon as you do, you see for an instant the screen has the same thing that it did for the objective 1. And you see a new thing up, and the woman says, Objective 2. Go to 458.156A. And can you make a history check? Or just an intelligence roll, please. Sorry, I didn't get that.
14.
Okay, great. So sorry. So you would know that these are a set of coordinates. Kind of knew that already, but you recognize these coordinates as not being too far away from where you live, and just a bit down the block. So yeah.
He's going to grab some of his stuff, kind of some of the stuff he has around his room that he usually carries with him whenever he's going, and he's gonna make his way to the coordinates.
The same thing goes for all of you. 1 minute you are asleep. Next minute, you were woken up by your alarm and that music, and you can see the glasses. If you put them on, you see the same objective. Something else, sorry, I forgot to mention. The woman says, this mission will be worth 500 glint. And we're just going to jump to Torva. You wake up, except things are a little bit different for you. Describe to us where you're living at the moment.
It's a really rundown, seedy apartment. The furniture is very ill-used, barely hanging on together. She's got like the sofa bed that she's splayed across. That's where she wakes up.
When you wake up, before you get a chance to put on the glasses or look at them, you smell a foul stench of rotting meat. As you open your eyes, you see that your place is trashed. Absolutely trashed, and there is blood everywhere.
Jesus fuck, what the hell's going on here? And she would probably literally jump out of the bed.
You hear the incessant ringing of this thing, of these glasses, as they also kind of vibrate.
I think she would just kind of snatch them roughly from wherever they're sitting, because this she's quite disturbed actually with what's gone on in her apartment.
You see the same. Sorry, go ahead.
She probably wouldn't have put them on right away.
Okay. it sits in your hand, and then after a few moments, it begins to vibrate again, playing that same jingle.
Yeah, and I think in disgust, you would just kind of put them on. Just trying very hard not to step in whatever is around the room.
This objective is worth 500 glint. Go to 458.156A. And you can make an intelligence check if you would like. Actually, you don't really have a choice.
Oh, I rolled a 16 on the die, so that would be 18.
Perfect. So you know this general area is a bit farther away from where you are currently living. You know the area, but you're not too familiar with what's there.
Before she heads out to go there, I'm going to take a look around the room. You said I saw blood everywhere. I could smell this rotting meat. Do I have all my weapons?
Yes, you do. And they would be where you normally keep them.
Okay. So she would gather all them up, put them in the various places that she stashes them. Is there any actual body in the room, or is it just a disaster?
When you look for the source of this stench. And you look, and it seems to be coming through the vents.
And the blood is everywhere?
Blood is everywhere. Your apartment is absolutely just destroyed.
Yeah, I think she would grab actually everything she can, all her, all her weapons and the main valuables, and she would just book it out of this place. Probably not coming back.
So as you go down, do you have some sort of vehicle, or how are you going to get there?
She has a bike. If you have like levy bikes or whatever, she'd have a levy bike. And it'd be banged up a bit, but that's what she'd be driving.
And so as you go to try and start up your levy bike, it starts and it rolls over, but it doesn't roll over. It just doesn't start. And you hear this.
I would quickly look around, and if there's a promising vehicle just sitting there, she's gonna steal it.
So as you're looking for a vehicle, and you even see one that catches your eye, you immediately see the red and blue lights
Oh shit.
of a police hover cruiser going.
As soon as those lights come on, that she sees them, she's going to find the nearest back alley crevice, 2 buildings close together, and we're booking it on foot, going roughly in the direction, but away from the cop.
Make me a stealth check, please.
That would be a 19.
So you are able to avoid the cops, or avoid them seeing you. And you're able to start the quite long journey on foot.
Along the way, if there's like a bike or anything that's sitting there unattended, she would try to jimmy it and take it if the opportunity arises.
All right. Yeah. There's tons of vehicles parked on the side of the road, and so you would be able to find one. Make me a tech check. See if you can get this started.
That's a 13.
So either it's just not your day, or you are just so shooken up by what you saw in your apartment, you just can't seem to quickly enough get something started without people noticing. And you do see there's a lot of people around, so I imagine that you try for a bit until you figured you've been around there for too long, but you just can't seem to get anything started. Fox, Risden, and Roland, I need you to make me an intelligence check to see if you two know where this place.
And
got a big old 3.
Yeah, I got a 6.
Oh boy, all right. So you guys know that these are coordinates. These are very often used, but you are very, very unsure of where these are in town or in the city. And you know, this city is a big place. It's an entire moon. So how would you guys work to find out where this is? We'll start with Fox.
So Fox has recently emerged from the sewer where he slept last night, and so he just looks around. I'm looking for any kind of. Is there any kind of electronics, any kind of terminal or anything like that that's nearby?
I would think so. I think it would be very easy and accessible.
So Fox wants to go. He's going to go up to one, and he's just going to start see if he can hack into this terminal to see if he can get into any kind of geolocation software that might be in the city network.
Great. Yep. Make me a tech check, please.
That is a 19.
Perfect. Yeah, so you find out that this particular terminal is located at 446.138A. Nope, there's another 138A. Yeah, which is extremely close to where this location is.
Okay. And I would think that I would be able to locate based on where I am, figure out which way I've got to go, and I'll head off in that direction.
Okay, perfect. Riston.
So I think we find Riston walking through kind of this older looking building that looks like it was probably like magnificent at some point, with these beautifully carved buttresses and columns and things everywhere. Like there's like marble flooring, but it's kind of muted down to like almost a single color now. And he's walking through these tightly crammed shelves of books that are just like piled and stuffed inside of this place. And there's just dust kind of like hanging in the air and still because the motes of light don't even move. And Riston's kind of passing through them. And he approaches an elder of his church, and he kind of waits at the end of the aisle as he's kind of got this massive tome like open in front of him, and he kind of waits impatiently And he kind of clears his throat. And then whenever the old man kind of turns around, he finally kind of gives a little curt nod. He says, "Excuse me, I don't mean to bug you or anything, Master Marston, but I've got these coordinates to a place that I really need to go, and I'm just not familiar with this part of town. I was wondering, do we have like any kind of like an address book or like a telephone book or something?"
The man kind of looks at you and he blinks a few times. What is this address or coordinates?
He kind of hands him this small little glancer screen that's kind of got it displayed on it. If you can't read that, just let me know and I'll call out the numbers to you.
I'm afraid I don't know where this is, but we do have, I believe, a newly installed, I don't know what it's called, but it's over there. And he just kind of vaguely gestures to a room, or where one of many rooms where they hold a ton of information, books and all of that. He's kind of half interested as he's being pulled back into reading his book.
Yeah, and Risson will thank him, and he'll go over to that index and have to remove piles of stuff on top of it to get to it. But then he'll try to look it up in that.
Yeah, you eventually find like some sort of index, and it's this huge book of this coordinate system of where you can narrow it down to find the quadrant of where you want to go, essentially. And so after a bit of time, it's going to take a good amount of time, you eventually do find where this is. And you actually know that this is a park. One of the very few parks in this city. And so are you going to walk there, or do you have some sort of vehicle?
I kind of pictured Riston as kind of driving a bike as well. It's probably like this, like very old, like it was, a model that was popular 30, 40 years ago, and he kind of rebuilt it himself. So
right.
He'll get ready. He'll gather his belongings and things like that, understanding that this deals with the game, and then he'll go find that bike.
Okay. And you're able to find it, and it starts up, and you start on your way. Roland.
So Roland would see the coordinates on the glasses and just kind of shake his head confusedly at the numbers, not understanding what they mean, knowing what they are, but not anything about how to interpret them. Just let out a sigh and just just grab at his head, just pounding from now a hangover. And he'll get up from his bed. He'll kick over a couple of empty bottles that are laying at the side of it. Before walking over to a closet, he'll open it slowly. It'll handle as he misses it. A white coat. It looks as if it was a doctor's coat at some point, though it hasn't been used in a while. It's covered in dust. And he'll put it on over his clothes and begin stumbling down the stairs. He's not quite 18th floor, but he's pretty high up, 10th floor or something in this apartment building. But you can see in the background as he's leaving that the power's shut off, that there's piles of eviction notices and utility cancellation notices piled up everywhere. And he'll slowly stumble his way down the stairs groggily. But then the moment he gets to the door at the very bottom floor, he'll slide it open, and immediately he's standing upright and his face is stern and focused. and he'll like walk out with authority and like look around, and he'll try to find whatever like nearest like law enforcement or anybody with some kind of authority or status, and try to like wave them down.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. There are officers and police everywhere in the city, so it does not take long for you to find someone. Probably a
He'll walk up to the first like patrolman that he sees.
Mm-hmm. What can I do for you, son? This older gentleman.
Roland will like frown as he's called son. Like he's probably just like a couple years older than this, younger than this man. Like definitely no child. But he'll like quickly hide the disdain that'll flash across his face at the what to him is an insult when in reality it's nothing. And he'll just like slide over like a piece of paper that he scribbled this number 458.156A on. Excuse me, sir. I have a patient. I need to get to this address very quickly. It's a matter of medical emergency. I need to get to them so I can assist them. But I'm not sure where this is. Can you help me?
And he looks at it for a little bit, kind of furrowing his eyebrow. Are you sure this is the right place? I believe it's some sort of park.
It'll take like everything in Roland's energy not to like look at this man like he's a moron. He's like, yeah, it's the right place.
Well, it's quite the trip to,
How do I get there?
Are you on foot? It's gonna take you about an hour to get there.
A frown, and he'll like check his balance and see, assuming that he'll see that the glint is still there. It's like, I can call a cab. Something. I need to hurry.
Right, yeah, it's and he gives you just the ways go down this street east on this, and it's not too complicated once you jump on the main highway, and it's just off of there. So
thank you. He'll say, and then like turn away from this patrolman, and then try to find a cab. And then assuming he's able to find one, like the moment that he like walks in to the door and like sits down in like the back seat, he'll immediately like slump down again, just like and like lean forward, like putting his head against the back of the front seat, like in agony, as he like drops this facade that he's shown this officer.
So Fox and Nako, you are the first people to arrive, and you see that this place, it is a park. It's actually called Stanley Park, and it's very large. But at the end, you see, kind of in the middle, you see this pole. And at the top of the pole is this sign that says Diogen's Infogenics. And you see that there are a couple of groups of people already kind of standing around this pole area, and they look quite pleased with themselves. They're laughing, they're looking at their arc tools and just kind of smiling. What do you two do?
Fox is just kind of walking around on the edge of the crowd, not really interacting with anyone until you said Riston's the other one there.
No, Nako.
Nako. Okay. So when I see Nako, I recognize him, and I head over in that direction, but don't really approach him. Just kind of hang off on the edge, but and hang out in his general area wherever he's standing.
Nako is going to kind of scan around the crowd, see if he notices anybody from my group. And as soon as he sees Fox, he's going to kind of walk over to him and be like, hey, finally, I was wondering if anybody else was going to make it here. I've been kind of looking around, and I haven't seen anybody else from our group. I hope they make it here soon. We all have to be here to finish the objective, right?
Right. Why are we here again?
We haven't gotten that far yet. But I know this is the right place. There are other people from the game here. All their groups are already here. So I guess we just have to wait and see if the rest will show.
Right. Game. Right. And I look down and I catch sight of the yellow wristband, and I just kind of like, right, game, okay. And then I start looking around, trying to find the others.
Risden and Roland, you come soon after, but in the meantime, Fox and Nako, you see more groups kind of slowly come in. And you're seeing that there's a couple other groups with not entirely everyone there, and they kind of look nervously to you, eyes shifting around. So Risden and Roland, you guys eventually come in. Do you just go immediately? You see the park as well. Do you immediately go in and find Nako and Fox?
Roland will like stumble out of the cab, his eyes like squinting in the light, and just like shaking his head. I'll put like a hand up to his forehead again, just like I'll take off the medical jacket that he's had on, like crumple it up, and just like stuff it into a trash can, before like walking like a zombie up to the other two.
And Risden?
Yeah, Riston's found a place to park his bike, his levied bike. It took him, like 2 times kind of around this park to actually find, parking, but he managed to do so, and he kind of sees where everybody's starting to gather, and he comes kind of across the grass, kind of almost at like a little bit of a hustle. I'm sorry, guys. The traffic in this city is just getting worse and worse and worse every day. How are you guys doing? Everybody sleep okay? He looks at Fox in particular.
Like 8 hours or 10 minutes or something, but
all right,
yeah.
Deal. Roland, how are you doing this morning? By the Order of the Wreath sometime. You should come by and check it out, man. And get you cleaned up.
Yeah, that's what I need.
Solid, nice of sleep, food.
I don't need any of your psychobabble church nonsense to tell me how to live.
I was actually directing that at Fox here, Roland. But good morning to you as well. I can see that you slept well. And you're in a good mood as always. Maybe you should come down at some point. Maybe not. Not for everybody. Where's oh, hey, Nako, how are you doing?
Good. I was really getting worried there for a minute. It was just Fox and I for a second, and still don't know where where Torva is, but yeah, I mean, woke up pretty quick. I wasn't even able to make sure that my sister got off to school all right before I had to head out. How morning? Nobody's asked you. How have you been?
Oh, man, I'm okay. I'm good. Yeah, I've been good for the last several years. Thanks for asking. I don't know where Torva could be. She knows. Well, I mean, like we weren't given like a time or anything. We just told to come here. Hopefully, she doesn't mean.
But I mean, if we're the last ones to have a full group, then we're out of this.
Oh shit, that's right. He kind of starts like standing on his tiptoes, like trying to look around.
And as this is all happening, you see more and more people come in, more and more full groups form. Torva, you're exhausted from having to kind of trek this way, though it's not a too far of a walk. You eventually get to the park. And as you're starting to walk, you see 3 or 4 others give you, and the others, there's this kind of moment where everyone's giving everyone else a look who's standing at the edge of this park. And then one guy breaks out into a run. And then the other. Torva, what do you do?
Oh, I run. I run hard.
Make me make me an athletics check, please.
Oh, great. Okay. Oh, that's not so good. That would be a 1. I rolled a 2, so it's not a... for a total of a 1.
Okay.
I'm so good at running. I've ran the entire way. I'm exhausted, guys. I'm sorry.
So, you all see Torva just booking it. But she is falling behind all the other groups. Or all the other people who are just making a dash for it. Do you do anything, or do you just stand there and watch?
No, Risson absolutely goes over to wherever it is that he thinks this finish line exists. You know, if it's the archway that like bears the name of the corporation or whatever, he's standing right beside it, and he is screaming like at the top of his lungs, like trying to encourage her to go faster and like, come on, run. No, come on, run, hard. He's completely eating it up with a spoon.
You see Fox, he reaches into his bag and he pulls out this little this cube, and it's got different colors like red and yellow, blue, and he starts messing with it, and he gets some of the colors lined up on a couple of the sides, and then he just chucks it at Torva, and this cube just kind of it gets to her, and it just stops right over her head and drops this beam of red light over her, and it is a support spheroid, and so she can add 1d4 to her next ability check.
Perfect. Yeah.
Check for her athletics again.
Yeah, I'm gonna get everyone. I mean, it's a fair walk. It's a big park, so I'm gonna get everyone to do an athletics check again, just to make this final stretch. So Torva.
Well, it's a little bit better. That will be a 10 on the die.
And you can add a d4 to that.
That is with the d4.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
So you find that the two of these guys get there really quick. They manage to just push right to the end, and they get to this pole. And you find that the third guy is kind of lagging a bit behind. And you are, Torva, you and him are neck and neck as you're both running, sprinting, and you both touch. And you see the guy's wearing his glasses. And you see a red light start to flash on his glasses. And this sound. You and your team have been disqualified. You were in last. And the man begins to get angry. And he walks up to you, Torva. No way, man, that's bullshit. You were last. I hit the pole way before you did. I demand a restart.
Back off, man. You got disqualified. Not my problem. Get out of my face.
And he is getting, like, right up to you. And you see that he begins to reach into his pocket. No fucking way. You're giving me your glasses. And you can see, like, yeah.
Hey, whoa. And he's kind of like gingerly, almost like putting a hand like towards his hand that's in the pocket. Man, it's not worth it. Okay? Like, there's no reason to flip out about this shit. It's just a game.
No way, man. Fuck this. You don't understand. I need that money. You don't understand. None of you do. I need that money now. And he's going to take out.
I think at this point, the guy's going to feel a little bit of a prick on the upper part of his leg, close to things that he might actually consider important. And she'd be like, in a really soft voice, close to his ear, "You don't want to be messing with me right now. Back away."
And you can see that his other group mates are kind of like trying to like pull him back. Like, come on, man. Like, and he kind of looks at you for a long moment. This is bullshit. And he's going to turn away. Torva, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
That will be a 15.
So you managed to react before the knife comes hurling past your face. As you see that the guy had turned and he just chucked it at you, but you were quick enough to dodge, to just kind of dodge it. And as you all look at him, and Torva, as you maybe do what you were about to, you see a little red dot appear on his forehead. And suddenly, there is nothing but a red mist. As the headless body of this man crumples down to the floor. You don't even hear the bullet. You just see the guy's head explode. And you hear over the intercom, "Contestant number 5 violated the terms of the game. Please continue on.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. What did nobody just see what happened? Did nobody else see that?
I fucking saw it.
Like, the guy was a prick, but I mean, like, what kind of a sick thing is going? What did we get ourselves into here?
You can't quit on us.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
A
afraid
little
to.
fuck got what he deserves.
Yeah, but like, what if this is the way that they're running things? Oh man.
So Fox,
Look, man, it's simple. Follow the fucking rules, and that won't happen to you. He chucked a knife. That's not allowed. Don't fucking make a big deal out of it.
Right.
You all hear the sound coming from your glasses. Do any of you have them on, or do you all have them off and with you?
no, Fox is definitely wearing his. He hasn't taken them off since he got them.
It's the kind of
Nako's
thing.
wearing his too.
It's the kind of
Torvo-
thing where we
sorry.
can. I'm sorry. It's the kind of thing where we can see through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Only
Okay.
only when the objective comes on is that you can't see it just for like that little instant. Yeah.
Got it. Sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
I was gonna say Torva wouldn't have been wearing hers in her dash here, but she would have had them in her pockets. So as soon as it starts ringing, she would pull them out, stick them on.
And I think Riston is wearing his, but they're probably up on the top of his head, and so he just slides them down onto his nose.
And so once you guys all put on your glasses, you hear the woman. This next objective, Objective 3, is worth 1,000 glint. Make someone who is not part of the game cry.
I like to think that we all just turned to Roland.
I was exactly going to say that. Look at Roland and say, well, "This one's yours, buddy."
This can't be seriously an objective that we're supposed to complete. Like, is this really what they're doing? This is what they're paying us for?
And too bad it can't be someone in the game and like look right at you, Riston. All the whining you're doing, it'd be super easy.
Yeah. Why don't you try it, man? You're so drunk. All I'd have to do is step to the side to lay you out, man.
Now who's flying all the testosterone around? Let's go, guys. We've got this objective.
Yeah.
Are there any
Yeah.
children around?
Yeah, there are tons of children playing at the playground.
Okay. Are there any like mice or squirrels around or anything like that?
Yeah, it's a park, so I think there would be lots of squirrels in the trees because this is one of the only parks for a while, and there's a lot of wildlife who kind of hangs around here.
So Fox goes over and just finds the closest squirrel or mouse or whatever he can find. He just picks it up and he just calmly walks over to like the playground where the kids are playing. And he just sits down on like maybe like the bottom of one of the slides. He just bites the head off of the squirrel and just starts gnawing at it and just eating it right there in front of these kids. Like, this is not the first time today that he's eaten wildlife. But, so...
Okay. I'm gonna roll to see how many kids notice you. So you see about 5 kind of turn in your direction, and I need you to make an intimidation check with advantage.
Okay. Oh, yeah, like that. 18. So he's just like, "Arrgh!" Just.
You hear the screams of a few of these children as they go off running away from you. And immediately the rest of you hear this doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, and you see that you have passed this objective, and that 1,000 glint has been added into your bank accounts.
So Fox walks back over to the group, and he's still, like, eating this squirrel. And he just kind of holds it up, like...
Oh, no, the challenge is over with, Fox. Like, you don't have to do it anymore.
Okay.
I mean,
He sits
that's
back down.
nasty, but effective.
So
I can't
he
believe...
sits back down and just finishes his breakfast. And like, he's actually a little bit like it's kind of amused that it reacted this way, because this is just what he's used to doing on a day-to-day basis.
And as these kids are running away, you... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just gonna say, well, I gotta say it's efficient. You're a crazy person. Nice job.
So you can see now that where these kids have gone in their place are approaching some who you can only imagine are parents. And you can see that one of them right now, holding her crying child, is talking to an officer, and the child is pointing right at you, Fox. Do you guys do anything as you see kind of these people start coming to you?
The rest of us see it too?
Yeah, you all see this.
Do we want to be around whenever they come over here?
Hell no. I
Maybe we
think
should-
this Tor was already turning away and walking away.
Yeah, Fox, are you gonna be okay? Do you want to come with me back to the church?
Sure. Yeah. Sounds good.
We should go probably now.
In my pouch and
Oh.
follow along.
Oh God, yeah.
So as you guys begin to kind of walk briskly away in the park, it is not long after until you hear the next sound. And as you put on your glasses, you hear the voice. This next objective is worth 3,000 glint. Deliver the parcel to the 11th floor of the nearest apartment to you.
What parcel? Does anybody know what parcel they're talking about?
I need everyone to make an investigation check, please.
I think I actually have ranks in that. Oh, no.
14.
18.
21.
I rolled a 20. So it's a 20.
Sorry, Nako, what did you get?
17.
Okay. And, sorry, Torva, what did you get?
14.
Okay. So all of you kind of notice this package on a bench. And it's wrapped in, it's fairly large. It's about a foot by half a foot and half a foot again. And it's wrapped in what looks to be almost butcher paper, but it's a box. And you can see on the lid is the logo and the Diogenes Informatics. And you can also notice that right beneath, or right a few feet beyond this bench is a huge apartment building.
Hey, like, we don't know what's in this box. Like, we don't know what's in the apartment that we're supposed to be delivering it to. Guys, like, what?
You know what? We don't ask questions, we just do.
Right. How can we not ask questions? What we might be being paid to do after?
I got a very good warning this morning, so I am just going to do what they say. So let's grab the parcel. Well, didn't it happen to you too? Didn't you wake up and your apartment was trashed and blood everywhere? Now let's just grab this parcel and go.
That, Torva, that didn't happen to me. Did that happen to the rest of you?
No, that my place was completely fine. I had all my stuff back and everything.
I mean, I sleep in the sewers, so it's pretty crappy when I wake up anyways.
No noticeable change then?
Not really.
Okay.
Look, we don't got time to sit here and go house hunting. We got a package to deliver, and I want to win.
I'll take that as a no. Roland, please lead the way.
I like sigh at being told to be the person who like goes and grabs it, so he'll go and pick up this box. And then begin like a light jog, which will turn into like a run towards the building.
You pick it up, and it's a little bit heavier than you would have thought from a box of this size. Not too much, but it's hefty. And as you go in to the apartment, you see that there are various, it's one of those like double entry apartments, like with most, where there are a series of call buttons associated with floors.
Swanky. This looks like your kind of place, Roland.
Makes you say that?
It's got to stick up its ass too.
Come on now. Riston's going to go over and he's going to like lean on both rows of buttons and just press every single one of them and like hold as many of them down as he can. It's an old trick I used to use in college.
So you hear the ringing sounds, this cacophony of all these ringings, and then a bunch of like, hello, who is this? Hello, various, other things. But you hear the of the door being unlocked.
He turns to the rest of the group kind of with a wink. He's like, it only takes one. And he reaches down and grabs the door and pulls it open.
Roland will, for like the first time since you've seen him, will like crack a smile at that and like let out a chuckle. Nice job. And he'll like go through the door.
So there is this apartment, like all other apartments, has this garish purple, is painted in this garish purple with these neon lights that cast down this horrible light into the lobby. And there's a set of elevators, or there's stairs. Which would you take?
They said the nearest, didn't they? So wouldn't it be the one that's on the corner closest to the bench?
No, we got to take it to the 11th floor of this apartment building, the nearest apartment building.
Oh, the north. Oh, yeah.
So we gotta make our way up. It's just a matter of, do we want to?
That's a great point. I mean, if we're going 11 floors up, the elevators certainly.
If we take the elevator, there's a good chance I might be able to make the ride a little quicker, if you know what I mean.
Fair enough. And Roland will like walk up to like the elevator call buttons and like press them to call whichever elevator's closest.
Yep. So you take the elevator and or you walk into the elevator. The elevator comes, and I'm assuming you all pile into it unless one of you wants to take the stairs. And you see a little, almost a Post-it note on the wall. And you can see the insignia of the Diogen's Infogenics. And it says room 134 on it.
We see numbers listed on any of the units.
Once you get up to the 11th floor, you do see that, yes, it starts at around the 100s, and it just goes up as you walk down.
As we leave the elevator, Roland will take the Post-it note off of the console, just in case anybody else comes and takes the elevator. They'll have a more difficult time finding the room. And
so eventually you...
look,
sorry.
To see if there's any like signs that show like which way the rooms are numbered in, so they can start heading in the right direction.
Yeah, you do. It's set up like a normal apartment where, one side is the even numbers and the other side is the odd numbers. Or whatever. Anyway, you can see that, and it makes sense. And you go in the direction, and eventually you all get to room 134, where you see another sticky note that says "Ring Me" on it. And it has an arrow pointing to the little doorbell on the side of the door.
All right. Who?
I pushed the
Oh.
button.
You hear the sound of ringing, and at first you don't hear anything. And then you hear some footsteps. And a very, very beautiful young woman opens the door. Yes, can I help you?
You weren't expecting for us to show up?
I'm sorry. I think you might have the wrong house? Or the wrong apartment?
I mean, we can't leave this with this lady if she doesn't right? Guys?
Roland will take the box in his hand and just like shove it into her arms, whether she will like take it or not. Say, got a package. It's for you.
And she kind of takes it just reflexively as it's pushed into her chest. Oh, all right. Thank you. And she just kind of looks at you for a moment, just very confused. And she would like kind of slowly close the door, like still try to like, she kind of like leans over to get a good look at the rest of you as she's kind of closing the door. And if you guys turn and you start walking away, a few moments later, you hear a scream coming from the room. And an explosion. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Holy hell.
Oh, well, whoops. Guess we're sorry. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you guys have kind of been enjoying this so far, and we'll come back. We'll be taking a little bit of a break, and then we'll get right back into it. So thank you everyone for watching through these technical difficulties. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure the players do too. So see you in a bit.
think I'm here with working internet.
All right.
Start. All right, everyone. Hello, welcome back. So you guys hear just this huge sound of an explosion. And you see smoke beginning to pour out of the bottom of the door. But you also hear the sound doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And you see that 3,000 glint has been added into your accounts.
I think Riston is already on his way back to the apartment. He's running down the hall.
Yeah, Fox would be right behind him.
Corva's going the opposite direction.
Yeah.
I think actually Torva's heading for the stairs at this point.
Yeah, Nako's going to kind of look at Torva making her way out of the apartment building, and I'm going to look at the other two running towards the apartment that just had the explosion, and I'm going to kind of yell to them, "That's our cue to go. We need to be getting out. Come on! We don't have time to."
Do you even hear what you're saying? We just blew some poor woman up. Nako, like, come on, man.
Look, do you honestly, can you look at me right now and tell me that you think that she's going to be alive behind that door? Do you think that she's going to be anywhere near alive? You're going to open up that door and it's going to be just covered in red. That apartment is going to be nothing but red and black spray. There's nothing we can do for her now. Nothing. So do you want to stay here and be caught, or do you want to go? Because those are really the only two options we got right now.
And if across your glancer later on this evening, you find out that this woman lay in her apartment alive for the next 4.5 hours waiting for help, and then she died, are you going to feel better about yourself tomorrow?
Roland will have taken like a good couple steps after Torva away, but then he'll stop and turn back around, and his face is just like a total frown and a grimace. And I'll actually grab you, wrist and by the shirt, and start bringing you towards the apartment building. To say, the kid's fucking right. We have to make sure she's in there. We have to help her. Probably with some surprise. Even to himself, he's surprised at his own actions. But he'll follow Riston there.
And while Nako and Riston were arguing, Fox got to the door and starts to open it.
So you find that the door is locked. When you try to
pick
open
the
it.
lock.
Okay. Are you using... I believe you can use your arc tool for that, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So would I just add my proficiency bonus to that, or is that a tech check, or how would we... I don't know if these are electronic locks or not, but...
I would do a tech check, because I think that they would be at least a little bit electronic.
That is a 12.
So you are trying to get this door open, but it's just not working. Maybe your hands are shaking. You guys can start to hear the sound of sirens.
Fuck.
In
okay.
the distance.
Hold on.
All right.
Back off the door. Back off. And Nako is going to take out one of his spheroids, and he has the perk where the spheroid helps him pick locks, get through doors, things of that sort. So he's going to release his spheroid to unlock the door, or help to unlock the door, to try and get this going a little faster. And as his spheroid's working on that, I'm going to look at the group and say, if we're sticking around, we got to do things a little bit cleaner than this, and he's going to take out his arc tool and a couple other things, and he's going to go to like the nearest security camera that he can see, and he's basically going to try and hack into it to shut down the recordings and wipe whatever he can off of it as we're doing this, because there's no reason that we should be seen while we're attempting to do this.
Okay. Yep, make a tech check.
How far away do the sirens sound at this point?
Pretty far away, still. Like you can just hear them in the distance. Sorry.
Oh no, that was just a 19.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you are able to kind of get into these cameras and scramble them. You can't erase anything, but you can make sure that they can't get any information from the camera. If that makes sense.
Okay, that should buy us some time. Let's just try and get through this as quick as we can. Let's get going. My little bot over there should be close to done by now. So let's just hurry this up.
Can you do this, Fox?
So
can you get through?
So do I take another roll at this with the thing helping me? So
I would say you can try again, and you can have advantage as well.
24.
Okay, well. So you hear the sound of the lock opening, and you're able to open the door. And as soon as you click the door open, you guys hear
You've got to be kidding. This is absurd. We can't keep going on with this. We have to. Guys, come on.
Look, man, we are already so far into this. I don't think you understand. Like the whole thing with this. If you back out, do you really think that they're just going to keep quiet?
You saw what happened to the last guy that got DQ'd, that didn't follow the rules. I don't want to end up that way.
I mean, what about these glasses? Do any of us have any idea if these glasses are even recording or not? Like, they could be watching every single thing we're doing right now.
Oh,
if they're recording everything that we're doing, then they know that we were here. They have the proof that we're the ones that delivered the bomb. We're checking out the apartments right now. If we back out, we have more to lose than if we just keep going.
But don't you see what's happening? It's getting worse. It's escalating. Do you think they're just going to have us go back to scaring children? Do you think it's not going to progress from here?
What did you think they were going to have us do? You came into this trying to get something completely wiped away, right?
You don't know anything about me. Okay?
But what I'm saying is what you are trying to get removed worth what we are doing right now? Is it worth going through all this to have whatever it is that I don't care what it is. I don't want to know what it is. But whatever you have that brought you to this game, is it worth keeping in the game?
I don't even know how to answer that question. Look, I need to find out if she's okay.
That's fine.
Roland, while this is happening, is already going to have started to like pry open the door once the lock is disengaged. And we'll start going in to look around.
Anyone who has their glasses on will immediately have seen the message scroll across their eyes and the voice. Well, this voice sounds a little bit different, a little less automated. Congratulations! You are the first team to have completed this objective. Now time for Objective 5. This objective is worth 9,000 glint. Take the cat.
What?
How do we even know that
Roland's going to take
blast?
I guess we're going in.
the ear. Roland's going to like take the earpiece of the glasses out, if he can. I don't know how they're attached, but if he can, he'll like disconnect it and he'll like pull the glasses up over his head, so they're up like on top, and he'll start like ignoring the sounds and the sights to look around this room for any sight of the person that was in here.
Yeah, so the headphone is just connected by like a thin piece of plastic, so you're able to like snap it off if you'd like. And as you look in, Nako was right. His prediction of what you would see when you went into that room is exactly what you saw. Destruction, the smell, you smell burning meat when you walk in, and half of the wall on the north side is gone. You feel the cold breeze of the air. And you can see small little flames around, catching on some of the cloth that did not get burnt. Or exploded, I guess.
Roland will like turn back as he sees it and just like, shit. You guys may not want to come in. He'll like say from the inside.
Nako's going to go in. He's going to make his way in. Did this help anyone? Are we okay with knowing that there's nothing we could do for her now? Because if we are, then we need to find a cat. And he's going to look at Fox and he's going to be like, if you find him, hand him off to somebody. Do not keep the cat, Fox. Do you hear me? You don't get to hold the cat.
Riston. Oh, go ahead.
I would say Fox is just kind of just staring at everybody like, oh, whatever. And he starts looking around the apartment to see if he can find anything.
So anyone who is looking for a cat, make me an investigation check. Anyone who is not looking for the cat, make me a perception roll, please.
20.
I'm going to roll this perception roll at disadvantage, because Riston's he's not doing so well out in the hallway.
16 perception for me. I went in, but I'm not. The cat's not going to be my focus, especially hearing the others talk about it.
Yep. Fox is just walking around through the rubble, just going, here, kitty, kitty. Kitty, kitty.
Yeah. As awkward as it seems, Nako doing the same thing. I got a 16 on my roll, but I'm just going to be kind of going apartment, and hopefully, if the cat's hearing is still intact from the explosion, maybe he'll be able to hear us calling out, "Here, kitty, kitty," and just kind of looking through the destruction.
So as you guys are looking around, we'll start with Nako and Fox. As you guys are looking, you don't see any sign of a cat between the rubble and the detritus. There is no feline anywhere. However, Nako, you do see, as you're kind of looking into the rooms, you look under the bed, and you see the silhouette of a small creature-looking thing. But it looks at you and its eyes are glowing blue.
Guys, I think I found it, but can I just have somebody come in here with me real quick, please? Just real quick.
Before you do that, just quickly, the people who got the who rolled for perception and got above a 12, you are noticing that these sirens are sounding louder and louder. And you even hear the sound of people screaming outside and yelling.
Unless you want a police officer to give you a hand with it, I suggest you just grab it and go. Roland will like yell out from the front door.
I would guess that with Fox being in the apartment looking too, he would have headed into the room where Nako is. Did you find the cat?
I think so. I can't make out what it is. Like under the bed here. Its eyes are blue though. It's like their eyes are glowing blue. And I know that cats have reflective eyes and all, but this isn't anything like that. So I'm not sure what's going on here. But I don't really have time to complain. I don't have time to question things. And Nako's just going to like reach his hands under the bed and grasp at it, hoping that whatever it is doesn't just full on just, beat the out of my arms while I'm trying to reach for it.
So you reach for it, and when you're expecting to feel fur, you instead feel metal and mechanics. And as you are pulling it out, you see that it is in the shape of a cat, some sort of robotic thing. And it kind of looks at you. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Oh shit! All right, that had me nervous there for a second. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Fox, you can hold this one if you want. I'm gonna just kind of toss it over to Fox real quick. Don't have to worry about that one. You can play with that thing all day. That's fine. Let's get out of here though. We really don't have time to stand around much longer.
Fox catches this thing, and again, he just lights up. Kick ass. Yeah. He heads out of the apartment holding on to this cat.
And as soon as you grab a hold of this cat, you hear the doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And you see that 9,000 glint has been added to your accounts. What do you guys do now? You can hear the sirens slowly getting very, very loud to a point where you can't hear them getting louder anymore.
This is insanity. This is pure insanity.
We need to go. We need to go now.
But, sure, why not? Let's just go see what else they're going to have us do. Blow people up. Why not? Did we find a cat?
I just hold it up with a big smile on my face.
Yeah, we found what resembles to be a cat. Now, we can talk about the shift in morality here. We're away from this apartment building. We can talk about all the gray ambiguity, whatever you want to talk about. We can talk through it. You can help us all absolve our sins, whatever you got to do. But right now, we got to go.
Fine.
There's no more time to stand in this hallway.
Hey, I get it, okay? Fine. Let's go. We're already fucked anyways.
Now, I might not be the first to realize it, but we're probably not going to want to have to head out the front door. You know what I mean? Those officers are probably going to be rushing in front and center. We got to figure out somewhere else. Back door, fire escapes, whatever we got, but we're going to be hoofing it. We're not going to be, elevators are going to be locked up. If they're not locked up, the police are going to be coming through the elevators. We got to figure something else out, and we got to figure it out quick.
A lot of the time, these kinds of apartment places have like a
Backstairs.
laundry chute.
Laundry chute. Oh, I like that.
Laundry chute will
Maybe
work,
there's-
but we
Maybe
got to figure
Maybe
it
a
out. and we
fire
gotta go.
escape.
Yep, whatever we use. The only thing with the fire escape, they might see us coming down them as we're climbing down. Laundry chute might work a little better, though.
I can't imagine we're the only ones fleeing from a building that just had an explosion in it. We can blend in with the crowd.
Right. We get caught, we just act like we're running away from the explosion. We're terrified. Play it up. Whatever you got to do, but we got to go. Like, there is no more time to think. We just, and before he even actually finishes the sentence, he's already like looking for one of these different exit routes to try and take.
So you do see, as with most buildings, you see a neon sign that says exit. That you would, or emergency exit that you would associate with a fire escape. And you do also, at the other end of the hall, see some sort of closet type thing that, a drawer type thing that could be a laundry chute. But they're at opposite ends of the hall. And you see at the one end of the hall near the laundry chute, you see a woman get out of her apartment, which is a couple over from room 134. She looks at all of you. Her eyes kind of go wide. Who are you?
Fuck. Now we got somebody seeing us. This is why we couldn't just stand around people. Do you not understand? I don't think I can make it any clearer. Now we have a witness. Now they're clearly here that has seen our faces.
Witness to what?
Okay. All right. I think that she probably heard our entire conversation before this. That's fine. We can happen. That's fine. I'm going.
Fox holds this cat up in front of him. All right, Maxwell Silverhammer, which way should we go?
The woman is like coming towards you guys. No, wait, stop. Who are you? You don't go here. You don't live here.
Ma'am, really, you should go back into your apartment. There's been some kind of accident, and we're trying to figure out what's going on and make sure that the authorities can find out what's going on. You should really go back inside your apartment and just wait until someone comes to find you.
Can you make a persuasion check, please?
I can.
Or deception, whichever you're trying to do.
Persuasion, for sure.
Yeah.
That's a 17 total.
She kind of looks at each one of you. All right, I hope Jenny is okay. And she just turns around slowly.
How close is she at this point?
She was in between, she was about 5 feet away from you guys, but she's stopped there and is turning back around.
So when she turns around and starts to walk, sorry guys, Torva's going to pull out the light pistol and just shoot her in the back of the head.
Oh.
Okay, make an attack, please.
If she didn't, I was going to, so somebody had to do it.
I think I get...
Riston is dead.
Sorry, Riston. I think I get advantage on this.
You're gonna add sneak attack to kill the old lady.
So that's a dirty 20.
Okay, you hit her.
And she's not expecting it, so it's an automatic crit.
Okay, well, yeah, she's an old lady. I don't expect her having very many hit points, so she crumples down without even saying anything.
That is 2 more exploding heads than I expected to see today.
And Torva turns to the rest of you and goes, "Let's go now."
At this point, Nako is already like out the window for the emergency exit, and he's started to make his way like down the steps, the ladder, whatever it is. And he's just kind of, at this point, he's trying to figure out exactly what kind of traumatized victim that he's going to portray as he makes his way to ground level. Like he's already trying to work it all out in his head. He's got the character, he's got a fake alias, he's got the works. So he's making his way down the emergency escape.
Torva's right behind you.
Okay. And as you enter the escape area, you already see a lot of other people are kind of making their way down the fire escape. Some of them give you wary looks, but most of them are just trying to get out. None of them really say anything to you. They're, you're able to blend in or to integrate yourself into the crowd. And so once you're outside, you see that there are fire trucks, ambulances, police vehicles, and they're in the process of taping off this whole block, the whole area. And you're hearing, as you get outside, you see that the police are kind of corralling you all into this area, saying, "Nobody leave, nobody leave. We want to make sure everyone is out and accounted for."
Kristen turns to Torva. What the fuck is the matter with you?
She saw our faces. Now let's go. Pull yourself together, man, and let's go. You could yell at me afterwards.
Shot an old woman in the back of her head.
Riston, not now.
If not now, then when?
Away from here first.
There's a better place to deal with murder.
I have to say I'm with the kid on this one.
I can't even understand what I've gotten myself into. And that all of you are okay with this? Or some of you?
It's what we signed up for now. Let's go.
No, that wasn't what we signed up for. There was no thing in your glasses in your ear telling you to kill her. That was not what we signed up for. That was all on you. Don't try to pin that on this.
If we hadn't... You know what? Like I said, later. Let's get the hell out of here. Or it's all for nothing.
Fine.
So the police are kind of like creating this tunnel for you guys to be kind of corralled into this area, all of you. So if you guys want to get out, I need you guys all to make a stealth check to see if you're able to slip away. But I'm going to say you guys can do it at advantage because of all the chaos.
Fox is not very stealthy. He rolled an 11. Was the best I could do.
That's a dirty 20 from Roland.
I rolled pretty bad too. I got an 11.
So, as you guys are trying to slip out, Nako, Risden, and Roland, you guys are able to kind of slip out in the crowd, and there's other people coming in to watch to see what's going on. So you're able to kind of jump from the people coming out of the apartment to these people watching. However, Fox, Torva, you are seen. You try to get out, and you hear, "Hey, you! Get back here!" And you see a couple of police officers begin to start towards you. You can't leave yet.
And Torva says under her breath, "Fucking watch me." And she'll start to take off and push away through the crowd as much as she can.
Fox reaches into his satchel and brings out the rest of the squirrel and throws it at the nearest cop, and then just ducks behind the closest person and tries to get away.
Did you say the rest of the squirrel?
Yeah. What I did before.
That's awesome. Okay. So, I am going to need both of you guys to make I was gonna say agility checks. That's not a thing, but so probably, yeah. I would say you have your choice of athletics, or you can roll. Yeah, I would probably say athletics.
16.
Can I make a case for acrobatics as we're like dodging and weaving in and out?
Yeah. Yes, I would say if you are trying to do it like, not just outrun them, but also avoid the other people in your way.
Yeah. Torva would be trying to go in, dodge, and around.
Weave. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have you though make it at disadvantage because there's so many people, and if you're trying to be careful, it's gonna be hard.
Okay, so the first roll is a 10 on the die for a total of 14, and the second one, because of disadvantage, was a nat 20. So we take the 14.
Perfect. Sorry, Fox, what did you get?
16.
Perfect. So yeah, you guys are able to, after a bit, and after all of this chaos, are able to evade the police, who are, I would assume, eventually kind of called back to take care of this scene that's going on. And you're able to meet up with the others. And just as you do, and just as you are all met up together, you hear... And for those of you who have your glasses on, you see the image. This is your 6th objective, and this is worth 15,000 glint. Go to Anders Hospital and take patient 152 out for dinner. Now, Roland, you know this hospital very well.
Yeah, Roland is gonna. I think he sees like everyone kind of like jump at the startling sound of the glasses, and then like remembers that he took his earpiece out and took the glasses off, and he'll like simultaneously like put them both back onto his face and into his ear. And then he'll like see the words on the screen, and his face will like turn. It'll stay a frown, the same frown that it's been since they got to the apartment building. He'll just like shake his head and kind of begin to grit his teeth. Oh, fuck.
I mean, this is going to be some person who's carrying around some kind of contagion, right? I mean, surely that's what they're going to have us do next. We're going to spread out some kind of disease now. We're going to be killing people by the hundreds and the thousands. Have you still not had enough? He kind of looks at some of the Nako and Torva especially. You still want to do this because we're fucking getting paid money? Is it still worth it?
I'm not doing it for the money.
Whatever you did was worse than all of this?
What they'll do to me is worse than all of this. So I'm here for the long run. So if you're not, you better let us know right now.
So what?
Because we're in this together.
And if I'm done, are you going to shoot me?
If I have to.
Yes. I could give two shits about the money. That is the least of my concern. But if certain people what I have to erase, then I'm going to be gone. Gone. And I can't do that. I cannot do that. I cannot afford to be gone. There are people who I have to take care of, not just me, but there are others that depend on me. And if I'm gone, then there's nobody. And I don't care what I have to do to get through this. I'm getting through it, and I'm getting back to them. So if I have to hold you over my shoulder and drag you the rest of the way while you bitch and moan the morality of all this, that's what I'll do. Because I
get it.
For you to back out of this now.
You just don't even get it. You don't have any idea the kind of stain that this is leaving on your soul.
Stain? You are worried about a soul right now? A stain on your soul? What any of us have done to even be here right now. If there's a stain any more than it already has been, I'd like to see it. But until you can let's just keep going. We can figure out how to get these spots out. We're all done with this, okay? I'll come back with you to wherever you live. You can teach me. I can go through the motions. Whatever you need me to do, I will. And we will get that stain white as snow. I do this. This is
supposed to be redemption for me, Nako.
Perfect.
That's
if it
why I'm doing
redemption
this
for you, if it needs to be redemption for you, then you ensure that we get through this, and then you're looking at what, 4 other people that you can help be redeemed after this. How good's that going to look?
Enough. Both of you, shut the fuck up. We're not getting anywhere like this. Look, you 3, and I'll point to everybody except for Riston. Hospital's that way. I'll talk some sense into the fucking kid, and I'll meet you guys there in a second. And he's gonna like pull Riston like away from the group to like try to separate the argument. And then at least once the other three are out of earshot, if they leave entirely or not, Roland will, like, in a more quiet tone, lean into Riston. Look, kid. And he'll, like, start to say kid, condescendingly, but he'll, like, stop himself. Riston, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you got caught up in this. You're a good person. You don't deserve to be a part of this. If you want to leave, I'll cover you from her. I'll make sure she can't get you. You don't have to do this. They're not like you are. They're scum like me. You don't have to do this. If you're not up for it, I'll, like, grab you by the shoulder with more sincerity than you've ever seen him have. You can go. I'll cover for you whatever needs to happen. If you want to stop, you can stop. Don't put yourself through something that'll make you turn into somebody like us. You don't deserve that fate. You don't deserve to live like we do. I'm serious.
I already did. I did live like you, like them. That's why going back is so difficult. Like, I walked away from all of this. I chose a different path for myself. Now I'm right back to where I fucking ran away from.
You haven't done anything yet. You've been here with us, but you haven't done it. Look, I know what you feel right now. This hospital we're supposed to go to, I used to work there. I was a doctor. It was my job, everything in my life, to fucking help people. And now this is what I'm fucking doing. You don't have to be like this. Please. If there's any ounce in you left that can resist, to stop from regressing, please. If I can't help them, maybe I can at least fucking help you. And I don't want to see you fall back to where we are. Whatever this prize is, it's not worth it. I can tell you that as someone who's had everything and lost it. It's not worth it. Whatever it is, it's not.
Riston kind of studies Roland for a long moment. And then he kind of takes a couple steps back. And he takes the glasses off and he says, "My name is Riston Marr. And I quit the game." You're muted, Megan.
Whoops. You hear a voice coming from the glasses. All right, well, if you are sure, you understand that you will not receive any money that you have earned thus far that will be taken away from you.
And he throws it into the garbage can. Fuck you.
And from inside the dumpster, you hear, "And we are also obligated by law to report any and all crimes we have witnessed, including arson, animal cruelty, mischief, murder, as well as public indecency and home invasion." We have an obligation to report these and give any and all video and audio evidence to the police. Do you understand? You can hear this, like, echoing in the dumpster.
Riston kind of turns around to Roland and kind of just shrugs. And then he keeps walking.
My name is Roland Brandt. I quit the game. I understand. And I'll take the glasses and throw them onto the ground and stomp them.
Immediately, so the rest of you are a bit ahead. And immediately you see police cars pull up. And you see some police officers come out. And they arrest Risden and Roland. And they take them in to the police car and they drive away. Now the rest of you. What would you like to do?
So,
I've got a dinner date with a patient.
Fox turns around and sees that they're that the other two are not with us anymore. Did we hear this happen? Were we close enough where we would have heard them quit and see this the cops pick them up, or are we?
Yeah, you would have been. I think you would have been close enough to see all that happen.
So Fox just like sits down on the ground or a bench or anything that's close, just sits down. And he pulls this cat out and he's just staring at this cat and I don't know what this is fucked. What do I do, Maxwell? What do I do? And he's just like having this heartfelt moment with this mechanical cat that he's known for 8 minutes. So, just thing respond at all, or is it just inanimate completely?
Just meow.
Okay.
Tarva would turn back to Fox. Fox, are you coming? Or are you going to go with those two?
Fuck. He puts the cat back in his bag and he gets up and he follows after the other two.
Tarva would turn to Nako and say, "So, Anders Hospital. Do you know where that is?"
Not really, but before they got picked up, I think Roland mentioned it being off this way, so I mean it's got to be a big enough building. We'll come across it, right? Fuck, they couldn't just keep going. And he just keeps walking.
So, I think you guys would manage to find it. It's a very large, very popular hospital. So you guys are able to go in and, do you guys go? What do you guys do when you're at the hospital?
Fox is just kind of in a daze. He's just following these other two right now. He's not quite sure what's going on. but he's definitely in to follow where these two are going. So
I would go right up to like the reception desk or some like the main desk there and say, yeah, I'm from like this Make-A-Wish Foundation. I was told to come here. There's some patient. They get their request. They want to have dinner with us. This is my band, you see. Like, yeah, we're famous. You probably know us.
You see that the receptionist is like leaning back. She's chewing some bubble gum. She's filing her very large nails, and she just kind of glances up on you. Is your name on the list?
Yeah, it should be.
What's your name?
Torva.
She leans up. She turns some pages. Sorry, Torva. I don't see your name on the list. No name on the list, no admittance.
Well, I don't really want to admit myself. And she looks at the little name tag that this lady would have.
It's Barbara.
Barbara. I'm just here to take some dude out for dinner.
Right. What's the patient's name?
152. I don't write this stuff up. That's all we were told. Now listen, I got a gig going on later tonight, so can you make it quick? And she's tapping her hands against the desk.
She furrows her eyebrow. Sorry, did you say 152?
Do you have a stutter? Yeah, that's what I said.
At this point, Nako's going to walk up to the desk with Torva and kind of put his hand on her shoulder and go, I'm sorry, ma'am. Barbara, is it? Barbara? Well, I'm sorry about my bandmate Torva over here. See, we have been on the road for the past 14 hours, nonstop, on a tour bus, just the three of us. And truth be told, we're a little antsy. And as she mentioned before, we got a gig coming up. We got to make it back for sound check. She has to do her vocal practices. And I mean, we got in contact with Make-A-Wish. They wanted to reach out and have us do something like this. She's not meaning to be as forward as she is being right now. We're just all a little on edge after being in that tour bus for so long. All that Make-A-Wish told us was that there was a patient at this hospital, 152. They didn't give us a name. We were going to do the introductions when we got up to the room. It was supposed to be this big surprise. They don't even know that they were accepted for this meet and greet. We're supposed to do this whole big thing. We're going to come in. We're going to be recording the whole thing with these glasses. It's going to be posted up everywhere. It's going to be this huge promotional thing for Make-A-Wish. It's just this big thing. So it's really important that we do this because it's going to make a lot of people's days.
Make me a persuasion check, please. Or deception, whichever you prefer. I guess persuasion, yeah.
That would be a 17.
She kind of looks at you, from you to Torva, to Fox. She kind of sighs. Listen, I'm sure you're all great people, and I'm not really supposed to be telling this. HIPAA laws, all that. But room patient 152 's the name of Jones. He died about a day ago.
Well, I guess that does tend to put a damper on things, doesn't it, Deborah? Or Barbara. I'm sorry, Barbara. It's been a very very, very long trip. The difference in time, it's the whole thing. I'm sorry. I am. We're usually not the front men of this whole situation. We usually have people that come before us. We didn't have time to set anything up. We just got into town. So you said that Jones, he died. He, she, they died.
Yeah. Listen, I'm sorry. I know you came out all this way for nothing. But there's nothing I can do, sorry.
Damn it, Barbara. You hit me in the right in the feels. Do you think we could maybe I know he can't feel it now, but say our respects. Came all this way.
Gonna sing to the body?
Well, it can't hurt. Maybe he'll hear us wherever he's resting.
Listen, guys, I wasn't even supposed to tell you that. There's no way I can let you go back and sing Kumbaya to a body back there.
Barbara, look, we don't really want to have to go back there and sing a song and play all happy-go-lucky with a dead guy. We really don't. But you see, when we agreed to do this Make-A-Wish meet and greet, that kind of put us in like kind of a legal bind. You know what I mean? There's paperwork, there's contracts, there's a whole bunch of things in place right now. All we got to do is see the guy. I mean, just see him. Like I said, these little glasses are going to be recording the whole thing. Show people that we didn't get here in time. That video should be enough for them. That lets us out of our contract. We're good to go. It would take 5 minutes tops. We go in, we do a little happy jig, we come back out. You won't even notice that we're in and out.
You can see that Barbara's eyes have kind of glazed over. She's kind of looked past you at Fox. She's eyeing that cat. Is that a Catatron 5000?
Fox has it, and he just kind of pulls it in close.
My daughter's been wanting one of those things. She's been begging me for one for Christmas. But they're hella expensive.
But this is Maxwell.
All right, buddy.
I have so much stuff in my bag, and he just like dumps all the junk he's like collected over the years from his bag onto the desk. I'm like, take anything.
Or I could call security. And she's like kind of looking at you, looking at all the stuff, and already reaching over towards the phone.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. Clearly, this is just not everyone's finest hour. Can we all agree on that? Buddy, and he's looking at Fox. I know that Maxwell has been on the road with you for quite a while now, but with what we're doing, you could buy 20 more Maxwells, and then you could just have just a harem of Maxwells.
How dare you? And he just looks down at this cat, and you see this tear come down his face. Oh, Maxwell. And he just slowly reaches it out, and he sets it down on the desk. And he just steps back with his hand out. I'll never forget you. And he just turns around and he walks out of the room. I think I broke Megan. Sorry.
My music's all super fucking sad and sappy.
We're saying.
Oh my god, it's perfect.
Cries over the cat, doesn't cry over all the literal dead bodies that he's... Sorry. So, alright, so you gave this cat to Nako Fox?
I set it down on the table on the desk in front of Barbara.
Now listen, I can get on a lot of shit for doing this, but please just make it quick.
We will be as fast as possible. Just point us in the right direction. We'll be out, won't even know it, and you'll have your daughter the best possible present you could ever give her.
So she kind of points. She says, the morgue is down that elevator. You're gonna take a left, go down the hall, and then take a right. You can't miss it.
Torva, this in the last few minutes has been rapidly scooping up all the stuff that Fox dumped on the desk and putting it back in the bag. Sorry, Bobber. He was just really attached. Your daughter will love this cat.
Just go quickly. She's kind of like with her hand, her long manicured nails, just you can almost hear the sounds.
Head towards the morgue for sure.
Okay. Fox, do you follow them?
Yeah, and Fox is like bawling at this point, like just heaving shoulders. Just like kind of, and then, but as they walk down the hall, he kind of like tamps it down and gets it together.
As we're walking, Nako's going to kind of try and console Fox a little bit. Be like, buddy, it'll be okay. And if it helps, and I'm going to kind of like be looking around as we're walking our way to the elevator. On the way out, we can always get Maxwell back. How's that sound?
And Fox just immediately brightens up, just eyes go wide, big old smile. Okay.
That sound good?
Let's
all right,
do this.
Perfect. We just get in here real quick, do what we got to do, and I promise you, we will get that cat. We will get Maxwell for you before we leave this hospital.
As you guys leave and as you're going down to the elevator, we're going to jump quickly to the back of a cop car. As Risden and Roland sit back there cuffed. Are you guys saying anything? Or are you just quiet?
I don't know that Riston would be saying much. I almost see him kind of like staring out the window, and like all things in this kind of a setting. I think there's probably just like hammering rain, like coming down, and he's just kind of like watching the rain kind of like run like back across the window as they're kind of driving, and just not really saying anything. He's very kind of quiet and contemplative.
I imagine there's a couple of moments where like Roland will like turn towards Riston and like open his mouth to say something, trying to find some comforting word or words of encouragement. Like every time the words just don't quite make it out of his mouth, and he'll like stop and like turn back and like look at the threading on the seat in front of him again for the 50th time, and like turn to like open his mouth, take a breath in, and then just like stop. He just can't bring himself to say whatever words are trying to fight their way out of his mind. Because there's like this point, there's like nothing that'll like properly convey what he's feeling or what's happening.
So after a while of silence, the cops, there's two of them, and they kind of start talking to each other while they're in the cop car. One says, "Man, sure was a shame what happened there at the Order of the Wreath's main temple." And the woman, "Yeah, God, I can't even believe someone would do that. So horrible. Couldn't believe." Oh.
Almost like being like pulled from beneath water, as if like he had been held in this kind of like slow, like almost like a reverse drenching, as he's kind of pulled out of this state of mind that he's been in. He kind of looks forward. I'm sorry, I don't mean to eavesdrop, but what are you talking about?
You see the guy who's driving, he looks at you in his rearview mirror, and you can see kind of a smirk, a knowing smirk come across his face. "Oh yeah, didn't you hear the leader got charged? Bunch of heinous crimes."
When did this happen?
Just got arrested this afternoon with some new evidence that came anonymously. Apparently she was siphoning thousands and thousands of dollars, laundering the money, working a whole... Well, it's not for polite company to say that what she was doing.
No, that's not right. There's got to be a misunderstanding or something. It'll all work itself out, I'm sure. It's just no.
I don't know, that video, pretty damning. And I want both of you guys to make a perception check, please.
Ooh, it's a 19 on the die, so that's a 22.
I got a 14 total.
Both of you kind of notice this as you're paying more attention to these police officers. You see that on the console of this hover vehicle, you see the logo for Diogen's Infogenics.
So I don't imagine that this is the first time that Riston has been in the back of a cop car. It's probably been a long time. Is that, like, would that raise alarms for Riston? Is that unusual? Because, I mean, they have
yes.
a lot of fingers, a lot of pies with their fingers. So.
Yes, but so the authorities are supposed to be run by the government exclusively. They and I think there's actually a lot of media around it that they are one of the last public services that haven't been bought out by a large company.
So Riston will look over at Roland, kind of like for the first time since they've been put in the back of this cop car.
Yeah, I think there's this kind of look of like mutual realization as they both see this symbol in the car, and Roland's eyes will kind of like squint at it as if like looking at some faraway thing, trying to make out some arcane symbol that's there, and then it'll like click in his head after a couple of moments of realization, and like look back towards Riston with like a raised eyebrow and like a concerned look.
And with that, we're just going to jump back to the three. You guys have made it down into the morgue. And it is around the time... Well, it's about... I would say it would be about like 6, 7 o'clock around this time.
Do we see the body in the morgue prominently, or there's lockers or anything like that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of lockers. Yeah.
I just start going and opening lockers.
I do as well on the other side.
Yeah, so you open up, you see that they're full of bodies, and you can read the toe tags as well.
Looking for number 152.
Takes a little bit of time, but you guys will find him. He is there. He's and if you pull him out, he's a gentleman in his mid-40s.
So I start like looking over. I'm like pressing on his chest. I'm put my ear down to his nose and mouth. Listen to his chest as well. Thump on his sternum.
He's dead.
Is he completely dead? Fuck.
Torva's looking for a wheelchair or some sort of a wheelchair that would be around that we could prop him up into.
So you saw a bunch of wheelchairs, obviously on the main floor, but not so much down here. This is just where the morgue is, so wouldn't need too many wheelchairs. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a minute and go head out of the room and see if I can find is there a back entrance to this area? Usually I would assume there's, wherever they wheel the bodies out to put them in the hearse or ambulance or whatever. Is there a door anywhere nearby?
So yeah, there are doors and leading to other parts of the morgue, and you do see there are a couple of gurneys set up.
I'll grab one of the gurneys and wheel it back over to him. We taking him out of here, right?
Yeah. When you were getting that gurney, did you see Chab and see a vehicle sitting out there?
Were any of the doors exits, or were they just doors to other sections of the hospital?
They were just doors to no. Where you went, there wasn't an exit, but were rooms that you hadn't looked in yet.
I'll go keep looking. So I'll head off, and I'm basically looking for the back exit to get out of here. At this point,
okay. Yep. So eventually you would find it, and it is set up to have a gurney be rolled out. But just as you're coming back, you all hear the sound of a door open and voices coming from down the hall.
All right, this is make or break. What are we doing here? We gotta act fast. Are we gonna keep going with this whole Make-A-Wish thing? Or are we just gonna try and pack up and?
Are we going to sing him a song?
Or we wheel him out of here now. Are the voices coming from the area, like the hospital, or from the exit area?
The hospital area, from near where you guys came from, the elevator. Here they're getting louder.
Just take the body and go.
Yeah, I grab him and start trying to move him onto the gurney. There's an exit back this way.
Moving him, I am working to very quickly push all the other bodies and have the doors closed. That way it's not looking like all of these are just out on display if anybody were to come in the room.
Fox, I need you to make an athletics check to see if you can, because I mean, it's a grown man. Dead
6.
weight.
I would totally have been helping him.
Okay, so then you would get advantage.
13. Not that
So it's
great.
It's clumsy, you're loud. You hear, is anyone there? What's going on? And the footsteps get quicker, and you each have one action before these people come around the corner.
You guys need to get this body out of here. If we don't have that much time, I think I'm going to be doing something real stupid here in a second. So figure out which way you need to go and go.
I'll just start pushing in the area or towards the exit.
I will at that point then help Fox push so that we can go quicker. Trusting in Knuckles.
All right, so you both are able to, with both of you, are able to push it to just out of the room into the next. You know, Fox, you know that you have another room to get through before you can get to the exit. Nako, what are you doing?
I'm standing at the doorway that they had just pushed the body through, and I'm watching the opposite door that I hear the footsteps coming towards. And just as they are about to approach the door, I'm going to take one of my spheroids and I'm going to roll it over there. And as I'm about to like release it from my hand, I'm going to hit the kill switch on it to time it to detonate, because I can use these spheroids as basically explosives in a pinch. So I'm going to hit the kill switch on it. I'm going to roll it over to that door, and if they come through, it's just going to blow.
All right, so yeah, they come around the corner and they trigger whatever you're going to do.
The spheroid would load. It's essentially like a grenade at that point.
Okay. So what do they need to do? Do they just take damage, or?
It's they have to make a dex saving throw.
You get the same chance that lady in room 134 got.
What is the radius of this?
10 feet.
So I think that, Seth, you would probably need to make it as well.
The save is 8 plus the intelligence mod.
All right. Well, I roll 14 naturally without modifiers. So.
And what is the save?
You said it's 8 plus my int mod?
8 plus your intelligence, yeah.
All right. That would be a 13.
Does your proficiency go into it?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, and your proficiency bonus, sorry.
Yeah, I would imagine it did.
Yeah.
Then that's a 16.
Oh, okay. So both of them fail with that. So yeah, you hear you are able to just duck behind enough so that the explosion happens, and you're able to kind of duck and dive out of the way, but you hear the ear-piercing screams of these people. And as you get up, you just see their feet kind of laying at the foot of this door. And immediately the alarms start going off.
I'm basically, dude, we got to go now. And I'm just going to help them push as fast as we can. Get this body loaded in somewhere and go.
Yeah, so I'm assuming, well, if we make it to the exit, I'm going to be looking for a vehicle to hotwire hijack.
So, okay, yeah. I'm going to steal a thing from Jake, because that's what I do. So I'm going to get you to roll a D100, and I'd say there is a 40% chance that there is some sort of vehicle in the bay. Probably like some sort of hearse.
So what do I have to roll?
Roll a percentile, please. And if it's
21.
Pretty good. I rolled a 19. So there is a hearse, essentially, like a floating hearse.
Yep. And I'm going to hotwire it.
Okay.
Get it running.
Make a tech check, please, to hotwire the car.
26.
You do so, and you do so very quickly.
Let's go.
Just going to hurl the body into the back of this hearse, and with no time at all, I am going to jump in the back with the body and lay down with it. Door slam behind me. The other two can be in the front driving and in the passenger seat. I'm just going to hold this body down and keep it from tumbling around as we are making our way from the hospital.
Okay, and as you do that, we're going to jump quickly over to Risden and Roland. You guys have just noticed that these patches or on the console is a different kind of emblem, and you also hear come over the radio that there is an active manhunt for 3 individuals, and their faces kind of pop up in hologram, and it shows where they were last seen at Anders Hospital. Oh, looks like your friends there have gotten into a bit of trouble.
Roland is going to sit up in the seat a little bit, as if he's scratching his back on the back of the seat, and arch himself up, and then he'll slip. His right arm will slip, and he'll fall sideways onto Riston on accident, but it's actually on purpose. And as he hits you, Riston, you'll see this flash on the inside of your eyes. Of this yellow flash, and you'll feel it go back into the back of your head, And then you'll hear Roland's voice, but you won't see his lips move. Look, enough time for secrets. I have some other abilities, and I know that you do too. Because I have like this Astra sense part as my master specialization, so I can like see people attuned to Astra. So this is me using Mind Link. It's one of the spells. It basically allows someone that I touch to speak telepathically. So as I like fall onto him, he'll like feel this astral connection form between us of yellow Astra. Something's wrong with this car. That symbol's not right. I know you saw it too. We have to figure something out. We can't stay in here.
Am I able to respond to you telepathically?
Yeah, it's like a full telepathic link. Yeah,
okay,
communicate
he's like,
two ways and it's undetectable.
He's like, yeah, I saw that too. You're right. I don't like to abuse it, but I think in the current situation that this is probably best. Do you have a way to help us get down from here? I have a way to get us out, but it's a long drop.
Kind of like his face won't move, but he'll like telepathically grunt. I can get us I can get me out of the car, but moving at speeds like this, it's going to be difficult to survive any sort of dropout.
Well, hold on to something.
You got it.
And then out loud, he is actually going to bow his head and close his eyes and begin to pray to the Astra powers that be, that allow him to utilize their understanding of things in the universe. And he is going to then kind of turn around, and with his hands cuffed together, he's going to turn around in his seat and flex them kind of outwardly. And as he does so, green like particles start to form from between his hands and spread out like almost in an instant as I cast Particle Wall through the cab of the cop car right behind their seat, with because projectiles can't go through the barrier. The intention is that the rear of the car is going to slam against the solid light and not go forward while the rest of the vehicle does.
Okay, so sorry, you put it in between yourself and the drivers?
Correct.
Okay.
It's kind of right behind their chair.
It's very interesting. I'm just trying to think. That's very cool. I'm just trying to, yeah, so.
I have the spell pulled up if you want me to read the description of it so you can make a call as to whether or not.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. So you create a wall of transparent energy that blocks incoming projectiles and provides cover for allies. A 15-foot long spectral wall appears, beginning and ending at 2 points you choose within 60 feet of you. It's 3 feet high, 2 inches thick, composed of solid light. It provides half cover to creatures standing on either side of it, or full cover if they're prone. The wall absorbs all incoming projectiles. Any creatures in the line of the wall when it is summoned or pushed to either side of it, your choice. The wall exists for up to 1 minute. If the caster maintains concentration, it appears immediately at the end of the duration, or it can be dismissed as an action.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. Because you can create the wall at a fixed point, and you guys are still moving, you guys are going to hit the wall. So I need you guys to make a strength saving throw. I guess, yeah.
In proper fashion, I got a 3 total.
wish.
Look
Oh.
a lot like the apartment now, isn't it?
Jeff, I couldn't hear you. Like you're unmuted, but your
Oh,
mic, yeah.
I muted my actual microphone.
Mm.
I significantly outperformed Jeremy with an 8, more than double his score.
Okay, so I'm gonna. I hope I'm being fair, because I'm just trying to be fair, because it's very cool, but I'm just wondering, so I think you guys would just hit the wall, and so you guys would take, I would say, the equivalent to falling damage, kind of like, in terms of equivalency of damage rate, so, gosh.
Maybe like a D6 per 10 miles an hour or whatever.
Well, how fast were they going? Where?
Well, I mean, they would. Well, let's just say they were going 60 kilometers, which I don't know how much that is in miles.
I think you divide by 8 and then times by 5, roughly.
So that's okay. So yeah, all right. So that's 40. So we'll say you take 4d6. Does that seem fair?
Yeah, that's kind of like dropping off of a 4-story building. So I think that would be.
Yeah, I think that
About
seems
right.
on point. It might be a little weak, but to be like accurate, but I like.
What I don't know the mechanics for slamming into a
Without,
part of.
actually like trying to figure out.
Fall damage is typically a d6 per 10 feet that you fall. And so I think like 40 miles an hour
Yeah.
would be close
Yep.
enough.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's a nice, sleek way to handle it.
Okay.
Bring on the pain.
All right. So that is math. That is going to be 18 points of damage. But yeah, I would say that with that like pressure, and it's definitely something not expected. Like, I was gonna say I would think that the cop car would have some sort of resistance against like red spells, so you can't just like astral bolt out of it. But I like the idea that it has that particular weakness to some things. So, yeah, okay, so yeah, the car definitely. I don't know that it would clean in two, but it definitely bends, and it's going to start falling. So you guys have this particle wall there, so they can't get back, but it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna be taken apart, but I don't think it would smash apart completely, but it's pretty mangled. Very mangled. So.
Yeah, I think it's
Awesome.
only 3 feet tall, so that makes perfect sense. It probably got everything but the roof or, whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you guys are in free fall. So we're gonna jump back to Fox and Nako and Torva. You guys are driving. Where are you going? And you can see that there are cop cars behind you.
Are they following us, like chasing us, or are they just?
Yes. Yeah. They've
Okay.
started to. Yeah.
All right. So I have proficiency with vehicles, so I am going full on, bullet car chase here. So, there is literally a cop car in my headphones right now from this playlist too. So this is great.
Awesome.
So yeah, I'm just driving. I'm like, who wants Thai food? As I'm like whipping around the corners.
I'm literally like clutching onto this dead body in the back as we're like making these sharp turns, and he's like drifting around corners, and we're just kind of slamming up against the sides. And I hear him make the Thai food comment, and I'm just going to be like, just focus on getting the cops off of us. Just drive.
So, I'm going to need you yeah. Make dexterity check.
Is this for the driving?
Yes.
Since I'm proficient in vehicles, can I add my proficiency bonus to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Rolled 6. So, well, 6 after bonuses.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just happened to be in very, very high level traffic. Everyone's trying to get home from their day at work, and you are having trouble trying to weave this huge monstrosity of a hearse in between these cars to try and get away. So you can see, Nako and Torva can see that the cop cars are gaining on you.
Anything you guys can do to get them off of us?
Spheroid back, and that might be able to buy us a little bit of time.
I say go for it.
Mm-hmm.
His other spheroid, and he's going to kind of try and unlatch just enough to get his arm out it. He's going to hit or roll it down the road. Maybe it slides under another car or something, or what have you. But here in a few seconds, it's going to go off.
Okay. Yeah, it goes off. I'm not gonna make you roll it. Whatever it's going to explode, it's going to do some damage. It's going to create some sort of diversion. But I am going to make the cop cars make a dex saving throw to see how many of them. So 3 cop cars are able to avoid this wreck. One outright just smashes into the car that this thing explodes. There's a bunch of cars kind of weaving and turning and trying to get bearings. Some are diving under, some are diving over. The car that you hit is just falling right out of the sky, and it's just creating absolute mayhem. Just imagine a chase scene, but now you have like 3D car space. So, not 3D, 3-dimensional. Anyway, but 3 of the cop cars are able to avoid this absolute chaos and are still in pursuit of you. Fox, I'm gonna need you to make another dexterity.
At 11.
So you're not gaining, but you're also not. They're not gaining on you, but they're also not losing you. As you're still kind of weaving, and bobbing around. Torva, are you doing anything?
Yeah, how far away is the nearest one? Is it like within 120 feet?
Oh, yeah, us? Definitely. Yep.
Within 40? I'm going to shoot at it.
Maybe not. Maybe not within 40, but...
Okay. So my brain is just empty now. If it's within 120, am I at disadvantage for that roll? Is that the long range, or does it have to be over 120 for disadvantage?
No, yeah.
Okay.
120 is, disadvantage.
Okay, so that would be an 18 to hit. And my pistol is a force weapon because I have energy cells on it.
Okay,
So I'm aiming
sure.
at a cop car.
Right, okay. You can you roll damage?
Sure. Oh, yay, I rolled a 1. So that'll be 5 force.
Okay. So you managed to clip the one cop car, and it kind of, you can see a bit of smoke coming out. Where were you aiming for? Sorry, I should have asked that before.
I would be probably aiming for where the driver is sitting.
Okay, so yeah, you see that there is a bunch of cracks in the windshield, but nothing gone through. So
I get 2 shots. I have extra attack, so I'll shoot again.
Yep.
So that'll be a 14 to hit.
Yep, that's a hit.
Okay. Oh, that's a better hit. So that's 11 points of force.
Okay, so with both of those shots, at the same cop car or at different?
Same one.
Okay. So with that, you're able to puncture through the glass, and you see a bit of red, and the car kind of like swerving madly around. Oh boy. And it actually smashes into another vehicle, which now creates another of this crazy whirlwind, this crazy tornado of all of these cars that are used to just going at, these steady speeds. And only one cop car now able to get through, and is chasing you guys.
All right, do I just keep rolling for driving, or?
Yep. Yeah, if that's what you're doing, then you're trying to evade.
I mean, we're like in the city still, right? Like I'm seeing this as trying to get between buildings and making hard turns and whatnot, trying to evade.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I rolled a 13 this time.
Okay. Okay, so this time you're actually able, you see, eventually after some turns and dips, you actually see that there is no more cop cars for the moment chasing after you.
All right. So as soon as I notice that, I am going to use my knowledge of the area and just find a back alley or tunnel or something like that trying to get away from the main drags and trying to get out to put some distance between where we were.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to do that. Make a stealth check just to see if you don't pick up the attention. You can make it with advantage if anyone else in the car is kind of helping him navigate through the city.
Yeah, Torva was up front. She'd be totally helping him with that.
15.
Yeah, so you're able to navigate around, and eventually you feel like you are out of the way. Your tracks have been kind of muddled enough.
All right. I am now looking for the next available restaurant to stop and get this damn body out of our car.
Yeah, as soon as we feel a little bit comfortable, yeah, Torva would have turned to him and so food?
So I kind of imagine like in Sixth Sense when they had like those flying, was that in, yeah, I think that was in Sixth Sense when they had those flying noodle trucks.
Fifth Element.
And Fifth Element. Yeah, not Sixth Sense. Fifth Element. When they had those flying
movie with a number in it.
Yeah, same guy, it's fine. No. Sorry, yeah, fifth, and they both deal with numbers, okay? Give me a break. No, so yeah, from Fifth Element when they have like those noodle trucks that like fly up. I think those would be everywhere. So I almost imagine it that you would be able to almost like park and kind of hail one down if you didn't want to go into like a sit down restaurant.
Totally what we're doing.
Doing that.
Yeah. Like, let's prop this guy up in the back seat.
Yep, on it. Propping him up. I'm sitting him up like he's just a normal dude, just leaning up against one of the sides, and I'm hanging out with him.
So yeah, you are able to kind of hail one of these trucks down.
Oh, actually,
I imagine you're like sitting there, you got your arm wrapped around him, like.
Well, no. What I'm gonna do, most of the, like those little side windows, hearse have those little privacy curtains that you can close. I'm just gonna close those so you can't even see into the back. You guys order me some delicious noodle dish. I don't really care. I'm just starving. This is taking a lot out of me. But I'm gonna close these. You guys do you. I got it back here.
So yeah, when they get to the door, I'm just can I get 3 bowls of Tom Kha and
four bowls.
4 bowls of Tom Kha and some spring rolls.
Do they have any of the crab ragoons?
Oh yeah, dude, crab rangoon. Like
Definitely crab ragoons.
Crab rangoons, lots of sweet and sour sauce.
The guy at the thing kind of gives you this odd look. Out, and he's starting to make it up. Out late, are you? For working late?
Yeah, you get really hungry driving dead people around. Super hungry.
I don't know if that would be the best job to have to gain an appetite for, but to each their own, I guess.
After a while, you should see some of the things I've eaten.
So yeah, you guys get your food, and you hear the say that you got your 15,000 glint.
I'm just imagining as the guy in the noodle truck is like handing the food through, he just sees a pair of arms come from the back and grab a bowl of the noodles and go back into the back just before we pull. Just leave him questioning everything he does. Like,
so almost immediately after you guys have gotten your food and you have you're starting to eat and you get the notification that you've gotten the money, you hear this sound again. And on your glasses you see this objective is worth 50,000 glint. Objective 7. Turn yourself in.
Motherfucker. So Fox is just going to yeah, he's just gonna start driving again, and head. He's just gonna go ahead and start driving to the nearest police station.
I think Torva, as soon as this flashes in front of her eyes, she'd be like hitting the dash, like fuck, what is this shit? That's and she'd be like just cussing a blue streak at this point. Probably not even paying attention to the fact that Fox is actually driving towards the police station.
Nako is just sitting silently in the back, chopsticks in hand, just noodles. Not at this point, he's not even, it's just, he's so numb to the situation that blankly staring off, noodling from his mouth. Hey, Fox.
Yeah.
We forgot Maxwell.
No. And I pull into the police station. I park the car and I step out and I just super dramatically I just walk up to the front door and I just drop down on my knees and put my hands over my head, like just right in the middle of the sidewalk.
So we're gonna just jump quickly to Risden and Roland. You guys are free falling.
We are free falling.
You can hear the sounds of the officers swearing on the other side of you, and they're trying to get this vehicle to restart.
You have a plan?
As we start to fall, Roland's gonna like look down. Do I have like any sort of estimation as far as how long this fall might last? It's okay if you say no.
No, I don't know. I don't think you fall too often, so you're just, I don't know, falling.
Roland is going to look. I'll try to get a couple things off, but at least one should help. He's going to like put his hands on Riston. And you'll see like the irises around his eyes turn to this like deep blue color. As he does so, this like wave of blue like rush off his body and like fill the back of the car. Like not on like an ocean wave that's like crashing through space. That'll like wrap around the two of them before kind of like coming back around them. This like blue aura like shimmering off of them before it'll like fade, leaving no trace of it ever having been there. But Riston, you like feel this like warmth that'll enter you, this like strange sense of like security, even in the insanity. So I am casting Astra Infusion, and I'm casting it with all the boosts. So for both me and Riston, our hit points and our max hit points will both increase by 15. We'll have advantage on all Constitution saving throws, and we'll have advantage on the first death save that we make while the spell is active.
Awesome. All right. You guys fall. And I'm going to...
If there ends up being time to cast another spell, I'm going to try, but if not, it's totally cool.
I would say, yeah, you would have time to cast one more spell, because, turn is like 6 seconds, so I would say you would.
All right, this one's getting a little bit outside of intended use, so it may not do anything. That's totally fine. Let me find the spell first. Oh, I remember what it's called now. So I'd like to use, this is kind of getting a little bit out there. So graph shift, which basically lets me like manipulate objects, kind of like a mage hand, but more so. So I'd like to use it with another boost, which will put me 1 over my fade. Not to actually lift me or Ristin off, because it can only lift up to 30 pounds, but to basically use it as a push upwards at the last second to like remove some of the downward momentum of the fall and like decrease our impact speed.
Okay. Yep. No, I can totally see that. Yeah. Okay, so you will have to roll on the Astrofade.
Yep, I have it right here. I actually have a feature which lets me roll basically like with advantage, so roll twice and pick the better option. So I will go ahead and do that. Oh, nice. So I rolled a 2 and a 6. The 6 deals damage to me, which I will not pick that one. I'll pick number 2, which will heal me 1d4 hit points.
Nice.
So like this like yellow Astro will like grab a hold of you, Ristin, and you'll like see it on Roland as well. You feel like this force, like as if it's trying to like pull you up away from the impact, and it won't actually like lift you out of the seat, but it'll just kind of give you that slight weightlessness feeling as it like pushes upwards to like reduce some of the downward momentum that we have as we're about to hit the ground. And as it does so, like some of the yellow will like mix in with some of the blue aura around Roland and like tendril up, almost like lightning bolts through a blue sky as it'll like wrap around him. And some of the previous damage, the bruises from smashing into the force wall that have already like begun to show on him will start to like almost fade away, like recede back in, as I will gain 2 hit points from the Astro effects.
Okay, awesome. So you guys fall, and as Roland is doing all of this to try and protect as much of himself and Risden as possible, you guys hit, and everything goes black. We're going to jump to Torva. Nako, you see Fox on his knees in front of the police building.
Nako's going to get out of the hearse and he's going to walk over to Fox. Buddy, we got to go in to turn ourselves in. They don't know we're out here right now. Come on, we can...
Oh, right. And so I'll scramble up to my feet. Start heading inside.
I'm gonna look back at the hearse and see if Torva is doing anything. If she's still letting out her anger and frustration, or if she's kind of come to a place of reluctant acceptance.
No, she's still banging. She's banging the dashboard. She's banging the window. She's banging, and she's probably screaming. You can't quite hear it because the doors are all closed. She's not getting out of the vehicle at this point, and she's just sitting there taking all of her frustration out on this poor defenseless car.
You were going to say the corpse.
Oh, no.
Damn you, Jones! Just...
So eventually, Torva, do you eventually get out, or...
No, I don't.
So as both you, Fox, and Nako go in, it's not long after before you're handcuffed, and a bunch of police officers go outside to get you, Torva. And they all bring you in. And they put these...
I don't think Torva would let them take her. I think as they were coming out towards her, like if she sees them come out, she would she would shoot herself in the face.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you wouldn't hear it because it's all silent, but you would just see the gun and fades black.
You hear the sound of Torva's do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You have been disqualified. So Fox and Nako, you are brought in, and you hear the do-do-do-do-do-do saying that you have received the glint. And you guys are taken back. And suddenly, black caps, black hoods are put onto your heads. And the next time you open them, or the hoods are taking off, both you, Fox, and Nako, you're in the same warehouse where you started. And you see 3 others. And they look at you, and you can tell they are from another team. And Alma Ducat, the woman, comes out, and she says, "Congratulations! You are the final 2 teams in this race. Now for our last objective. And this one is going to be worth 1.2 million glint. And this means, as well, we have to put a brief errata to one of our rules. You may now interfere with other contestants, as well as employees. And you see in front of you Nako and Fox. There are 2 people sitting, hands strapped behind their back in chairs, hoods over their head. And you see and you hear this sound. And the people undo the hoods. And you see sitting there, bound, gagged, is Risden and Roland. And that is actually where we're going to end.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
But in fact, that is not the end of this story. This may be the end of these characters, whatever they decide to do. Their fates have been already told, already determined. We see now a hospital. We see a man with a clipboard. The subjects' information have been proven to be quite useful. Their brain scans have shown us which are prone to more violence than others. I believe that we can predetermine violence never before seen. We could stop all crimes. We could stop all violence at birth. We must conduct some more tests, get a higher population to be able to statistically make sure that this is correct. But I think in the future, we will be hailed as those who ended wars, ended violence. And it's all thanks to the players of the 24-hour game. And that is where we will end.
Jeez. Unreal. That was unreal.
Very, very well done, you sadistic bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, I apologize.
We went a little bit late,
but
I just want to throw it out there.
Instead.
Very
tie and a freak squirrel.
Say
right?
That if we did fight to the death, I would have won. I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Oh, awesome. All right. Yay. I had so much fun. Sorry we went a little bit over time. So with that being in mind, check out these awesome people. I will get all their information and I will include it in the description below. So please go check them out. Please go check out their stuff. They do some awesome, awesome, awesome things. And so all that will be down below. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you for, working through the technical difficulties. Hope you guys had a good time, and good night.